Hello. Hi. Good evening, everyone. I want to say Miyori, but like at the same time, it is like already 9+ p.m. That doesn't seem very suitable. Hi, Rabbit. Hello, why not? Hello. It's attorney time. It's absolutely attorney time, baby. Okay. Finally, tonight we're going to just get to the bottom of this and finally finish off the adventurous half of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So hopefully we can finish right on schedule, and then the next time we do get together for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, it will be for the next game. Yay! Which, by the way, I forgot what's the name of the next game already. So like, sorry about that. If May is lurking in the chat, you might have to remind me, or like if Kiko's lurking, you guys could remind me as well, because I'm all over the place these days. Definitely not, you know, distracted, grinding on Honkai Star Rail or anything. Definitely not, guys. You know, you can trust me. I am doing things besides Honkai Star Rail. Definitely. Aviary Attorney? What do you mean Aviary Attorney? What's that? If I remember correctly, it's Resolve. Oh, so the Great Ace Attorney Resolve? Give me a moment. Hold on, I want to select Adventure. There's Adventures. Yeah, you're correct. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Okay. I'm okay. Oh, a game called Aviary Attorney? What? You're gonna deal with birds, right? I just know it. We're just gonna deal with burps. It's gonna be like Hatofu Boyfriend. I see. Anyway, thank you, Kiko. Thank you. Yeah, so today is gonna be pretty exciting. I'm really excited. And then tomorrow we will have like Honkai Star Rail with Kiko, because she's like, you're gonna play the Cloud Race no trace. I'm gonna come up and experience it with you. And I'm just like, okay, Kiko, whatever you say. Yeah, but after this, I think I might take a short break from the Great Ace Attorney. For a bit. Yeah, maybe just for a bit, because I feel like I kind of need a break from games with a lot of reading. Yeah, games with a lot of reading. So we'll see what I can do. Okay, well, without further ado, guys, let us continue. Okay, today for snacks we have we don't have cake. The cake's still in the freezer, but like today we have this thing called barbecue corn. I may have mentioned it once or twice on stream and eaten it on stream as well. But yeah, it's a really yummy salty popcorn like thingy, and it's really yummy. Okay, so let's just see my self-control. It's my self-control. I'm staring at it right now. It looks yummy. Yeah. Hello, Belle. Hi. Less game reading and more tarot reading. I'm actually trying. Why not? Like the thing is because tarot reading takes a lot of energy. I don't know how else to describe it, and I know it doesn't look like it takes energy, but it does. Okay, like me playing a game, me doing Ace Attorney things, like it takes energy. You can tell that it takes energy from me, but it's nothing compared to the amount of energy that readings take from me, especially because I'm doing it for so many people, and there is no recovery process for it. How do I explain this? Like, okay, let's say my voice, I exhaust my voice playing TGAA. I take like a 10-minute break. I'm back and ready to go. Okay, that's why I can continue playing. But if I do a tarot reading, I take a 10-minute break, even a 15-minute break. That energy is not coming back. Okay, there's no recovering that energy within such a short time. Okay, that is the logic of the tarot reading. So this is why so far I've only been able to perform free readings, like free tarot readings, when I feel I can do it. Okay, which is why there's one slated for later this week. I think currently for me it's like once every 2 to 3 weeks. That's like my limit. Of course, I can do several a day, but not 20. Okay, not 20 a day, like for 5 days straight or something. That just not work. That just does not work. Okay. Yeah. So if if you guys are wondering why I don't do more reading streams, it's because of that. So that's why I'm exploring other things like me studying tarot materials on stream. I would like to do a hand cam that I'll show you some of the books that I'm reading through. Maybe I'll even show you how I study through the guidebooks and things. So that one takes a little less energy, yeah. So I hope you guys can understand, because as much as I would love to give you guys free readings, everyone who comes and gets free reading, I would burn out in like 2 days, okay? You guys don't want that, right? I don't want that either, Lamar. Yeah, but in any case, guys, let's not talk about tarot stuff. Alright, we are here for episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story Trial Part 3. We are halfway through this because last week we played through half of this. So we're gonna finish this half of Part 3, and then we'll complete the whole of Part 4. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Don't burn the sheeps out. I've been doing okay so far, not burning myself out. It's just that I hope you guys can understand why I cannot do more specifically tarot reading streams. Like, I can do more tarot streams, just not reading streams specifically, okay? Okay then, let's continue. Ah, my man Van Ziggs, you're looking fine as always, sir. Ah, beautiful. I mean, your cravat is obviously not as majestic as Mouth Edgeworth's, but like, for this time, I'm sure it looks wonderful, okay? Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir! What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detectives' security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th April, to be precise. I'm not gonna lie, I already forgot where this is coming from. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on 15th April. So we're looking for the item, right? The small box? The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I'm gonna need them side by side. Holy shit, I couldn't tell a single difference. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Yeah, I can't see shit, but I suppose that's for the freaking stereoscope thing to solve for us. One is 11 PM, one is 2 AM, okay. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir! We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Exactly the same number are present in both, but are you sure none of them have been moved? Aha. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Gag! Ouch, that sounds like it hurts, Ryunosuke. Oof. I don't believe it! If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box. Oh my gosh, you pretentious ass. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. What you been cooking, Iris? Come on. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Yeah, like I said, nothing was stolen, but doesn't mean nothing was moved. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence. We got this. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Van Zieks is just there like, oh my god, what stupid shit is he gonna come up with again? I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify discrepancy between the two prints? Hoi. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes! You've got the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eye compulsion! Juror number 3 is hilarious, by the way. Juror number 3. What a surprise. Come on, Runo! Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. Are there? I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? Bro, be like, oh, Nani? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. It's here! Can you guys not freaking see? Here! 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 Oh my god! Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Gregson, do not strangle the infinite fish and chips. Please do not strangle the fish and chips, okay? That is what will solve world hunger. So please do not ruin the source of feeding world hunger. Please do not. Yeah. Hi Mayugiku. Good morning. Hey. Yeah. It's weird saying good morning when it's like evening at my side, but hey. Hey, Gersolibus, like, guess what is this magic? What do you mean, what is this magic? Do you mean me? I am the magic, you guys. I'm the magic. I'm the magic brought into your life because you feel magically better when I'm here. Okay, that was cringe. Never mind. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, yeah. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. He's holding it up. Let me wait. Unbelievable! I need to take a screenshot of this. Holy shit, look at him using this contraption. It's hilarious. By Jove! You're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilder's small box was indeed not stolen from Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. 7:30 a.m. here, Pup and Fishies are still asleep. Oh my gosh, that's so early. No wonder they're asleep. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilder is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? That's true. Where's your so what, Ryunosuke? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. Are you a magician? Why are you so magical? Because I can make you fall for me at the drop of a hat. And I don't even have a hat, guys. That's how magical I am. Ay. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything, I think. Yeah. What is that box though? How would I know, man? At this point, I don't know what's in that box. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. Hi May, hello! Glad you could join us for the final part of Adventures. Hey! Hope you've been well. What are you suggesting? You know, Greedon has the face that I kind of want to kick in. I just want to like do a flying kick into his face. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Thank you, Judge Sir. You're on our side for once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. I like how it's like the full seating. Look at the full seats in the house, man. You got 4 witnesses in the stand. We got like so many on each side. They're just staring each other down. They're like, grr, grr, grr. This is extra fine. Grr, grr, grr. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponi specialty, it would seem. Sure, racist Van Zeeks. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGildet from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Ah, yes, here he is with the expensive wine. And the expensive wine glass. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGildet perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. What a mockery. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. But you tried to take it still. What does that say about you, Mr. Graydon? Or should I say Mr. Egert Benedict? Pain. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. Do not throw that. Do not throw that, okay? It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Oh my god, he threw it. He freaking threw it. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, I'd love to see Edgeworth meet Van Zeeks. I too would like to see them meet. Man, I wonder if they are ancestors. Like is Van Zeeks Edgeworth's ancestor, like really distant ancestor? Cause I'm like,
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Oh shit, he's right!
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Of course. Does he look like a guy who wouldn't know this kind of thing? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I'm just gonna save because I've been in the habit of that lately. Let's just like... What if I say leave it? No, I can't get Gina to testify about this. If I did, she'll be forced to admit that she is guilty of a serious offense already. And for a pickpocket like her, that would surely be the nail in the coffin as far as this trial is concerned. Yeah, I don't think she should testify yet.
So you're not gonna call Jeannie then?
Well, to be honest, I was on the verge of deciding not to. But we have to uncover the truth here. Oh no! And in order to do that, we might have to suffer a few consequences along the way.
Runo!
In other words, there's only one course of action for us to take here. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh? What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. Van Zeeks! Hey, ladyship, I can't stay today, but I wish you a great stream.
Thank you, Zero! I wish you a great day. Okay, I wish you a great day. I'll see you next time, alright?
particular the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Fenzix, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection. Time to see where this will go. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Ugh. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Oh, Vendix is like, not you! As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
Gina is like, oh my god, do I look like her? I'm like,
Hi, Shadow Pal. Hello. Stream. That's right. Stream. Yeah.
the articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. That's right, Rabbit Ben, look at this. Yeah, something like that. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Man, he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Hi, Starline, hello! Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. 3 yos, yeah, let's go! A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, the judge kinda looks like Santa. He does, doesn't he, Lamau? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in a trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Rude! I mean, he's not wrong, but still, that is so rude. What the hell?
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now!
Iris?
We're on your side!
No manners, that guy? He's a lord, but somehow, I don't know, where are his manners? Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Excuse me. He's too rich to care, I guess. I mean, he can regularly break his glasses. He's like, pray forgive my insolent breaking of my hallowed chalice on the some shit. I don't remember anything. The judge has a point here. I can barely keep up. You can only keep up if you were here for the very first case. All the way up until now, that has kind of been linked the entire way. Yeah. His name makes him sound like oh, come on! Hi, King Julian, hi. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware? Yeah, hitherto unaware, yep. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. Hey, come on, Judge. I mean, yes, but still. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Okay, let's go. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Oof. Good grief, this is outrageous! Hi, King Julian, how are you doing? I'm doing great, thanks for asking. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated in error in McGilded's trial. He definitely is a country accent. He spoke it well, Miyori. Is that so? Thank you, I try. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like the pickpocket! Don't forget that lawyer from the east, they were all in on it together! You're wrong, the lot of ya! Mr. Nara Odo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it! Humbug! I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man out scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. It was all rigged. Rigged, I say. The court was stolen. Yeah, indeed. It was all rigged from the beginning. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. He's like, since you're already cornered, might as well hear what you have to say, you know? Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. I remember memes about this game. Who doesn't meme about this game? This game's full of memes. Kangaroo court. It is a kangaroo court. So who won? How am I supposed to know? Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, so basically, we are going to examine every single one of her statements and see if this guy reacts to any of them, okay? At least I think that's how the process goes. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear it well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. If Cora was like this in real life, I would grab some popcorn and watch it unfold. I mean, the thing is, most court hearings are not public. Like, you can't just have a lot of people be there. It's not some kind of concert, so that's why you have like drawings, court artists, court people who type things. They use special software to type fast enough because apparently in court, very few things can be recorded. Like, you can't have video cameras in court. You cannot have like it's pretty complicated. I don't really know. Perhaps business dealings of some kind? Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden... Sorry. I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was booming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away. Okay. So let's press this as well. I mean, we got Amber heard my dog stepped on a bee. It be like that sometimes. What's the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove, lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Boy. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was some kind of rapping noise. Okay, nothing that useful there. There are two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When he screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. This guy is just like... yeah. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. Okay. That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. It's like, you know, oh no, I forgot I went there. Indeed, Lord Venzeeks. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bogtrotter called to me and told me to come out from under the Drax cabin. Okay, let's just press this. As well. Threaten you? How exactly? Tell me I'll only be able to Scarborough if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I'll have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never! Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay money to keep it in look, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilda had a driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see.
Hi, Booling! Hi! How are you doing today? I'm doing great! Thanks for coming by and checking. How are you doing?
Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Gina's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose that's what I did.
Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Making some backroom deals? Oh my god. What should we do though? I haven't tried this before. Like what? Press? But which one do I press? Which one do I freaking press? Wait, did I forget to post my Twitter image? Oh my gosh, never mind. Maybe they're just saying how cool you were. Who knows? Imagine obstructing justice. You know what? I'm gonna go and take a peek at like... Why not press everything? I just did! Why are you guys like this? Why are you guys like this? Oh my god. Okay, what should we do about this? Okay, yeah, save. Alright, fine, save. So apparently I have to press anything and then sorry. There's something about this. The disc is important, but at this point we don't know who it is. Or like what exactly it's about. I've been catching on the street since last week, so I'm about as clueless as you are. I mean, yeah, it's a bit difficult. You have to have been here from the start, like for the first case, to know exactly what's been going on. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? He's like a teacher here, Lamau. Inspector! Mr. Graydon? Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine! You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on a night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point! The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove that right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them?
Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Strad, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord? My lord? Who is that yelling? My lord! The evidence, your lordship! Request has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. John, tis here.
It's here. It's here, baby. Thinking ain't no crime.
Me thinking terrible thoughts about shipping Jingyuan and Danheng together. Thinking ain't no crime. That thinking ain't no crime. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. Aye. Thinking ain't no crime. Eh? There's no doubt in my mind. That's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Ooh, baby. To be continued! Yay! Okay, well, it's been about 55 minutes. I think we could go a bit further. Jingyuan next Danheng. Jingheng, also known as Jingheng. It's also known as Jingheng, by the way. Like, in case you guys didn't... Yeah. And that was a roller coaster. And this isn't even the last part. Now, trial part 4 is the last part, okay? Thanks for the hit pat! Hey! Okay, give me a moment. Let me take a short breather while I deal with some things. ちょっと待ってくださいね. Oh boy. This is going to be a bit... So guys, what do you think so far? What do you think so far? Like... I don't know, man. This is just too... I have no idea what to think. I know it's Kiko's reaction. She'll just be like, yes, Jingheng! Oh, yeah! I'm confused. Don't worry. Those two are characters from Honkai Star Rail that coincidentally Kiko has persuaded me to like... she has persuaded me to ship them, and I've been very receptive to them, so they're not related to the Great Ace Attorney at all. It's just... I just feel like that, you know, persuaded. It's called gentle persuasion. Gentle persuasion. Okay, one thing you guys need to know is that Kiko and I go way back, okay? Kiko and I go way back. Like, we have shared fandoms together. We've gone through quite a few fandoms together, and Honkai Star Rail just happens to be the latest of them, I suppose. Yeah, so it's... Yeah, we've been friends for a very long time, so we kind of have a pretty good handle on, like, how the other person ticks. Yeah. A pretty good grasp, actually. So that's how things have been the whole time, and why not? It's very ASMR-ish. Come on guys, I'll show you. Can you hear that crunch? Can you hear that? ASMR, guys. So good. So delicious. It's really good. ASMR stream. Do you guys want a stream of just me eating this? I'm gonna get so fat. I'll hydrate rabbit, thank you. The problem with this is that once you start eating, you can't stop. It's so good. Only 1 hour into a stream and she's just hungry. Nah, it's just that a snack is right beside me and this is a nice break. I heard Jing Heng. I knew it was someone Kiko. I knew it was someone Kiko somehow. I knew it. I knew it was someone her. The moment she hears Dan Heng's name, she'll be like, Whatever are we gonna do with you, Kiko? Whatever are we going to do with you? No, because you're talking about how Gina's like, thinking ain't no crime. And I was like, me thinking thoughts about them. And I was like, thinking ain't no crime. Whatever you're thinking ain't no crime. Guys, do you just witness how Kiko has successfully been summoned? All you have to do is whisper Dan Heng 3 times and like she will be summoned, okay? This one I can vouch. You just go Dan Heng, Dan Heng, Dan Heng, and then she'll be like, hello! Ah, the sexy box. Look at that sexy pen. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. I wonder if that works on other streams too. You mean other streams of mine, or you mean streams on other people's channels? She's like Bloody Mary, but for Dan Heng. Exactly. Not Dang Heng, by the way. It's Dan Heng. Me not saying a word in chat doesn't mean I'm not lurking in the shadows. See? But if you want to summon her, you have to do the Bloody Mary, but for Dan Heng, okay? Then she will appear. So anytime I need her to pay attention, I just gotta be like, Dan Heng, Dan Heng, Dan Heng, and then she just... Damn Heng. Did you mean Daniel Heng? Did you mean soak to Daniel? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! What's inside? It's a music box! Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow! Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. Are you sure, Ryu? It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Oof. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Will we finally find out what the hell's on this thing? So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Why are you raising your hand? What is this, a school, Ryunosuke? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Let's go! Are Wait, my lord! Oh, good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't! Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. Benzix is like, yo! I won't lie, the uniform reminds me of the student president from Love is War. I mean, it's a standard school uniform. Like, there's nothing to say about it. You are unrelated, Gregson. Ouch! Oh my gosh! He needs burn heal for that! But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. We play the disc. Is it Morse code? It seems to be playing in a pattern. It doesn't seem like music, that's for sure. This music sucks. We all know it sucks. What on earth? I mean, it can't be just music if it's gonna be so expensive or like so sought after by people, you know? That's certainly not what I would call music. Hi, Turian, hello. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I am. We're about to solve this case, baby. No. It's just the same notes playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? He's lost his marbles. This really is priceless. Oh my gosh. Annoying. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. This music box sounds oddly like Morse code. That's what I was saying! If it just plays the same note, dun, 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 then it's probably a Morse code message. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes, baby! I'm only getting EEIB. Maybe it's just screeching, man. They're working together. Obviously, they're negotiating something, but whether or not they're working together is another thing entirely. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord! But how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. What kind of expression is this? He just looks upset. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. As if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Ah, GG. Oh, my cat saw Miyori stream and now she's now sitting on my lap watching a screen. Because I'm so cute. She can't resist me, that's why. And she knows I'm secretly bilingual in cat. Yeah, she knows. Cats know that kind of thing. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Is the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music? The tapping lady. Tapping lady, the what? Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Dun dun! Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. She. I'm getting a part. She. Ah, okay. Let's see if you're right. So this is probably Morse code. Yeah, it is Morse code. We just haven't figured out what it says exactly. Someone in this courtroom will have to come out with the fact that it's Morse code though. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is.
Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris! Yes, baby! We got this! Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Morse code! Morse code! Morse code!
Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. Like the one this music box makes.
Wait! Is that judge? Not that judge, that jury! Remember the jury? Isn't that what she's like doing? Got a sheep's coat? No. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Juror! Juror? I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? The tapping lady. Oh, you mean the tapping lady. Ah. You have to be specific. Jeez. All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Let's just... Can we switch to people? No, it's specifically like... Oh? Well, we could stand to use one of these. Hold on, let's just see. Today's paper, counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Highly supportive of your cause. no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Okay. Well, this is the only one that makes sense, eh?
Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I'll stretch. Might as well. Hydrate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you can't help. You guys can't help unless I ask for help. That's kind of like the rule here, okay? Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. Moral support? I mean, since when does moral support come under backseating, Lamau? And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
Hi, Taiji Time. Thanks for moral support.
You don't mean to say? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code?
Yes, finally!
But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'll half expect you to know. Hey, rude! For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Oh boy! I feel like the judge would be the kind of guy to say my word that way. Yeah, he is absolutely that kind of guy. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Oh, baby. Sorry, I wanted to see the history, yeah. Delighted, I'm sure. One charge of espionage, please. He looks like someone you wouldn't trust. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious. Give me a moment. What the hell is this? Flagitious? Villainous. Okay.
Flagitious.
Sorry, flagitious.
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 Flagitious. Flagitious. Let's try again.
Flagitious.
Flagitious. Oh my god. I feel like I'm playing Shashingo, but like at a much higher level and in English. Thanks for the big stretch. Flagitious. Okay, flagitious. I do a big stretch, baby. Flagitious. It's flagitious, yeah. There, okay. It's spelled out correctly in my captions, alright. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But a heinous act of high treason is no less serious of crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Udawan? What? You got letters of a rabbit and pork, you governor. We got things to say. Ah, he's the brothers again. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nat Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell our movie land. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Poor Gregson. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Graydon's counter. Oh, they're gonna be the ones to spill, right? I can see they're gonna be the ones to spill. Is it even allowed to object while judge is talking? I don't think you're allowed to. The judge is like the teacher. You don't interrupt the teacher, you know? I think the judge can overrule that. If anyone backseats Miyu, it's me. Yeah, Kiko's the only one who can backseat because she knows her limits. She knows her limits, and I know my limits. That's the important thing. Yeah. Graydon's counter. Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Now, I bet we all have to tell Gregson that no backroom deals are allowed in the court. Oof. I mean, Gregson knows that. He is a policeman. Everyone's just the shit. The what? Nani the hell? Now, I bet we all have to tell Gregson that no backroom deals are allowed in the court, right? Oh, wait, did I just read that? I just read that, Lamau. The introduction of two guys brings an interesting challenge to this case. It does. It absolutely does. They're really clowns, though. They heckled me so much in the first half of this case. I'm like, ah, ha, ha. And Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? What Mr'll do, governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov! We did! Oh, that admission is really important though. It's very important. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little ratter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Yeah. Nice to know who your friends are. He's so stressed. Look at Ryu. He's like, Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Okay. The small music box has been entered into the court record. Yes, baby! Can we now inspect it? I would like to inspect it just a little. See if there's anything we can find. I just want to see what we got inside there. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. The brothers are surprisingly moral. Okay, you see, the thing about a lot of criminals is that there are some morals they won't cross. Like, if they repeatedly cross their own morals, that kind of makes them a really shitty person. Yeah, or a really weak person. Like, you guys have seen criminals like that. Like, usually they were like, what? But it's just, no, I will not do that. It's like, I will do many things, but not that. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Okay, let's see. Is there anything here? Sorry. Okay, is there anything that we can find here? See how the firm McGillett disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windy Banks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Well, I think for now there's nothing we can do with this music box. So let's just kind of like leave it a bit. Boss, you killed a child. Hey, no killing children. Children are usually out of the question, okay? Man, this murderer is hella shitty for not killing only old people. Old people is fine though. I mean, come on. Didn't the tapping lady recognize the sound? Okay, the thing is that if it's suspected to be government secret, she can't be saying like, yeah, this is exactly what it says, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, so there's a few implications here and there. We're gonna have to press everything. Every damn freaking thing. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh, no, stop! Must say something. Stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Oh yeah, baby! That's fascinating. He's been foiled. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Oh. Shit. She's like, oh my gosh, Kya, senpai. She really went, senpai. She's like, senpai, Kya. Graydon got in 108 OP, I know, right? Look at her, she's like, Kya, senpai, kya! So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Why screaming "Mata" at the top of his lungs? Imagine calmly giving a testimony and then the lawyer jump scares you and everyone else in the room. Hey, at least you wait until you finish your sentence, alright? Yeah. It's just the way Ace Attorney works. Hi, Sayak, hello! Sure, it's convenient that these randomly selected jurors are so relevant to the case. I know, right? That's what they have been joking about the whole time. Well, what's of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh, no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. She is absolutely calling him out in every way. Imagine being so good at your job, you can't pretend you're bad at it. That's fascinating. This is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. Help, he's being ruined now. Roasted Eggworth. Phoenix also screams at people. Yeah, that's true. He got it from his ancestor. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol will appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. Can I expose for you for he's being exposed? It's so funny. But the thing is, he's being exposed in a good way. This is the first time this has happened, guys. Usually it's the witness being like, actually I'm like that, and then people like, no, he's not like that. But for him, it's like, I'm not like that, and they're like, no, you're amazing. We won't expose you, sheep. Expose my what? What are you gonna expose about me? There's nothing you can expose about me. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. So good that it's incriminating him. Expose how lovable you are. Oh no, guys. Guys, do you know that if you expose how lovable I am, it may lead to more members of the Shibdom. How terrifying! Oh my gosh, guys. More members of the Shibdom? A bigger Shibdom? A horrifying thought. Oh my gosh, guys. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I'm not familiar with Morse code either. That sounds like Morse code to me. We're causing heart attacks out there, and she thinks that we haven't noticed yet.
What do you mean heart attacks? All I do is make people fall for me because I'm so cute.
How scandalous! I must expose Shiba to everyone now. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be exposed. Oh no, guys. Oh no, whatever will I do? The sheepdom's gonna grow. Oh no. The pup's awake and cue chaos. It's me, I'm the pup. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Oh my god, imagine being in court and like Barack is looking at you with like, seriously? Ha! I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? So cute that you cause heart attacks, you absolutely adorable monster.
Yeah, cause I'm so cute. Awa. Hey.
Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this A. And this is B. This is A, this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone. Don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. Right. Clickbait title Shiba exposed. You know, if you guys are going to make a clip of me being exposed, I would gladly welcome it. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! If it's not Morse code, then whatever the hell is that? Really, you shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say, but she's going against a 1-year-old. We have 93 pounds or 42 kgs at 1-year-old. Going against what? Nani?
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be possible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. Let's try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? I love how camera has to be side of Iris, so she actually shows her because she barely makes a move count. She's so small! I love it! Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Let's go. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. Bailey the puppy, she might be 25 pounds, 11 kgs. I see. That's a lot for a puppy. My small sheep is full grown and he's like, what? 12-ish kg? How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? It has to be this, right? This switch. Let's see if this switch works. This is the mechanism that bumps the movements. Is there something? Oh! This game is funnier with Japanese voice acting. Venzix is so racist against Japan but keeps shouting Japanese in court. Exactly, that's why I did it.
Oh, hello, I am Dark Sheep. Yay, I'm Dark Sheep.
Newcomers probably have not seen this look of mine before, but yeah, it's me, Dark Sheep. 4 months old! Oh my gosh, that's so baby. Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right! Oh, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then. Here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the other side.
Dun dun dun. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had 2 discs, they will both play back at the same time.
Oh, baby.
Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is likely the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Dun dun dun! What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. There we go. ここだ. Oh my god, Dark, she looks like a wolf. A wolf! That should have been integrated into the keychains. What keychains? This is just an alternative look. You guys like sexy dark sheep, eh? Eh? Is that what you guys like, hey? Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? I sure do. I see crumbling sanity. I'm glad I'm probably responsible for your crumbling sanity, I say. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. Ah. I've seen a sexy sheep. I'm not the meh. I'm kind of talking about like short for Shiba. Shiba, SHIB. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brick maker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it! Dun dun dun! Oh my god. 11 to 15 kg, forget it. These dogs will be heavier than like my Shiba whatever will be. Nicknamed the Judge Most Honorable Beard. He has a good beard, that's right. I'm liking this fancy clothing though. The clothing be fancy, you know? Just British things, you know? Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brick maker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brick maker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brick maker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer.
Are you guys related?
If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
Okay. Lord, that pose. That pose is insane. I hate it.
Do we have anything to link them together? Do we have anything linking them together? I wonder.
There's nothing on this one.
Mason Milverton, brickmaker, East End of London. Do we have anything to link them together?
You fit really well the JoJo uniform, so God, you have bootleg Mario and Luigi in the back.
This game is fun. It's fun. It requires quite a bit of thinking, but it is fun. I don't think we have anything that really links them together. So let's listen to what the rest say first. Mata! Yeah. Like Mr. Graydon told you to. Told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for another after all them years, but rather at a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
They seem to have a link. Interesting. I shut down my brain for some relaxation, and this case is now making me very invested in it. The cases written by Shu Takumi have always been very riveting and very interesting. So if you like Shu Takumi's cases, I recommend you go and watch playthroughs of the original trilogy, Ace Attorney trilogy. Then you see how Ryunosuke's descendant does the game playthrough. Okay, those cases are magical in a way, and then this is like an updated version of how these cases would go, even though it's technically in the past, you know, the quote-unquote past, because this is Phoenix Wright's ancestor. But yeah, highly recommend. Shu Takumi has a way with his cases, yeah. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Oh, baby. Oh, whoa. An old China, what the hell does that mean? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back then. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistling flute and you wouldn't let him believe it. But when you was younger, it was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk one? There was a corker, eh? He keeps massaging his cheeks, lol. He has nice cheeks, to be fair. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Boy, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. The fruit is great. Oh my god. We're talking about cheeks on his face. I mean, he could be massaging his butt cheeks, but that wouldn't be in frame, would it? And we wouldn't have seen it, yeah. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. Yes, Counsel. The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. I'd say they have a lot of balls just eating fruit in court, damn. Very well, Counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, a skulkin's never skulkin'. Alright. Wait, sorry. Alright. The breaking and windy bangs, what troubles it wasn't. Interesting. we did, yeah. And then we press them on it first. It's infinite chips, hey, yeah. And during Halloween, you had people hiding razor blades and stuff in fruits people were giving out. Ew, rude. That's just very evil, you know? I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you had stuck your empties outside your front door, it would leave, you had them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We'd just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties were the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doll, right? A what? I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime. It was just a harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is an evil genius. Boys will be boys. Shakes it. You mean Mr. Graydon? Graydon is just being exposed left, right, center. Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of that slum we lived in. Cool, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think about it. Why did he say it like milking the public, like he was milking a cow? That's cause he was, eh? Friendly fire, my fellow men, I strongly aren't apologetic about it either. Friendly fire best. But look at him now. He's only going to become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Jones and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it.
Iris said,
All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. They even eat in sync. Ryunosuke was like, I mustn't let this child cook. Yeah, do not let her cook. Yeah. Okay. I'm just wondering where we can go from here, so let's just see. Let's just see how this works. Because I'm not sure how to move forward. Add it to the testimony. I see, okay. Let's see. Okay, so I think I asked the question. I asked the wrong question. Milverton and Skulkin's Milkworm. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's the name. Press. Since you need a wand and the ability to break to cast a spell to speak to cast a spell, Harry could have pinned Voldemort to the wall and made out sloppy style to beat the Dark Lord. Oh, I see. Okay, that's great to know, but stay on topic, Howdy. Lol. Who's Milverton? Business name. Okay. Okay, see, I want to show you someone. You know the guy that died? You want to see the guy that died? Wait, where is the guy that died? Where's the guy that died? Hey! It's not here! Oh yeah, because he's not relevant to the current case. I'll show you the previous case. You see the name of the victim? Mason Milverton? Wow, I wonder where Milverton came from. Oh, anyway. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought the clever cloaks like you have worked that one out. That is...
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? I don't... Oh, whoa. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Oh, John. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
There we go.
We got it, baby! Yay! Wait, what's it the fuck down? Yeah. The plot thickens, baby. Milverton. So that used to be a surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Gah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. For once, yeah. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Let's go.
All of a sudden...
Oh, okay, never mind. We got what we needed. We got what we needed, baby. We got what we needed. Okay. We have what we need to... Wait, I can present the fact that I have no relation to the man. You do have a relation to the man. But... Wait, how do I... Which one do I present? McGilded's case notes. Wait. What did I present? Oh my gosh, why is it so confusing this time? The case notes. Okay, the case notes. Okay, it's the case notes. Let's go.
Hi, Luna Shepherd. Hello.
You got this. I got this, baby. I got this. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I do. Maybe not. The case notes, yeah. I thought I could present his profile, but they locked it for me. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Like in real life, if you fail, just reload save point. What do you mean in real life? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Dun, 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 dun. I have here the notes from the omnibus scene, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes? Mr. Mason, the brickmaker?
Hydrate. I'll hydrate again.
Thank you. If I make a mistake, I say wait and do the other thing. He already hit his name when he called himself Eggworth. He was called... No. His name is Eggert Benedict. You can't get that wrong. Come on. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saint alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... Something about Renosuke and his paper shuffling is very amusing. He's like, my paper. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. Yeah, like you see, Van Zieks is just threatening. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Can I stack blip? No. Because I have to manually enable blip, which is a bit annoying, yeah. Grrr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Guy! Oh. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at a pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? Man, they're just ganging up on him because he walked into this himself. Come on. It's not hard to see. We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. Ding, 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 ding. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Dun, da, 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 da. Shibs is tired. I'm tired of his shit, that's what I'm tired of. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh boy. It is 11:19 p.m. here too. I'm starting to get fatigued. Yeah. It's tiring, but I want to finish this today. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! Baby! Okay, see you next time, dolls. Yes, mate, thank you. You have a great day. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tusk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Oh, baby! Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Dun 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 dun. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windy Banks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. 10 guineas sounds like a lot. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McKilded? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down with a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Oh boy. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. Excuse me. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can't rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! He pulled a god card. Is he getting desperate now? I mean, obviously he's desperate. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. Dun, 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 dun. Who dua mata? Who? Oh. There is the breakdown animation, people. We ready? You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I have no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Is his arm okay? No, it isn't. You... What? Order! 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 Well... It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. I wrote you an except he probably didn't. He definitely didn't. This pretentious ass. Yes. I trust you're fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. I'm actually amazed he can even still pose like that with that arm. Same! Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Pretentious ass. Okay, let's go. He's not breaking down yet. He's in the process of being broken down. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the pawnbroker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as she was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. There's so many holes in this. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. There's so many holes in it. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. If he was in Honkai, he would be the worst preservation unit in the entire game. I'm sorry, I just have to say it. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Really? Oh, yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Okay, if her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. But is it the same blood? Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. Shut your trap!
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission... Hey! Don't waste that damn alcoholic reagent that you have in your hands, Baroque. What's wrong with you? That's perfectly good wine. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. The wine, what a waste of wine. I'm sure it's good quality wine, but still. Oh. You wanna burn down the courtroom. He's gonna need more wine than that. Oh yeah, I realized Shadow Pelt's first few times seeing Baroque. Baroque keeps doing this, don't mind. Every prosecutor that comes through the door of Ace Attorney has a weird quirk, okay? They all have some kind of weird attack, okay? For Baroque, it's wine. For Francisca, it's a damn whip. For Godot, it's his 17 cups of coffee. And like, for Miles, it's just his logic and his handsome looks.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with the chemicals...
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. He is drinking wine while prosecuting someone. I mean... it'd be like that. There's blood all over the coat. Hi. Dun 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 dun! Clavier throwing air guitar. The thing is, Clavier is genuinely a good guy. Like, he's good at heart. He has never physically abused us, okay? Every other prosecutor has physically abused us in some sense. Except Miles. Miles is just... physically... As for Francisca is physically assaulting everyone in the room, even the judge. She even whipped the judge, guys. That's how ballsy she is. I heard Godo was supposed to be drinking alcohol and not coffee. Guys, this is what I heard, okay? This is what I heard. Apparently, Baroque's slamming his leg on the table animation was meant to be for Miles. That's what I heard. And then when they didn't use it for him, they're like, oh, what a waste. Ah, I got it. Let's give it to Baroque. Clavier and Miles are precious, and Clapolo, oh Clapolo, best, one of the best ships ever. Ah, so sweet. Yeah, Godo was supposed to be drinking alcohol because it's due to bad influence back then. Did you mean the grape juice? Grape juice, yeah. Okay. So they had to swap Godo's alcohol to caffeine. Everyone just looks at his caffeine and is like, relatable. But that's not Mr. Winniebank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago.
has Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time.
And sheep drinking? I mean, I have a decent alcohol tolerance. I only drink socially.
My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled.
Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord. God, those supposed to have cigar also, I think. Oh god, not the cigar.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord!
Your cross-examination!
Of course, my lord! If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Oh god. Hi, Pandemonium. Hello. Jesus. The Rock has nice eyelashes, by the way. The thing about these is that I probably have to... Do I have to press everything? Let me just take like... I will have to... I think I have to press all of them. Oh well.
Pain and suffering.
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scoring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them.
He already had a revolver in his hand.
Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all me life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. Sorry.
What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed he could handle the situation.
But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me, little bruv, but the gold geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scupper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
When Windybank threw Nash, okay, let's just like... I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I was like, my arm, I've been shot, baby.
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes,
though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course.
Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling.
Hi, Claudia. Hello. Welcome.
As I didn't hear the gunshot, it was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal.
I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest.
Perhaps the gun went off accidentally.
Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Okay.
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about hip height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Wipe sweat. I looked through it myself that night. And that's when he saw. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. Hi, Kevinisant. Hello. I'm new here.
Welcome! Welcome in.
I hope you have fun. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man. Okay, let's press this as well. How do you call fake spaghetti and impasta? I've heard that joke. You gotta be better here, but you can tell jokes, but don't distract from the stream topic too much. If not, it will annoy the rest of the chatters, so keep that in mind. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. He do the shook of hit. He's like, Okay, have fun, Kevin. Lol. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulking's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at the moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. How are you still moving like that with like a bullet wound in your arm? What the hell? A chilling image, I must say. All over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. I was just about to mention how amazed how energetic he is. I know, right? Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying! If they'll only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother!
He's bleeding for about 2 days now. I mean, and women bleed like 1 week a month. Like, what's he got to complain about? He's only been bleeding for 2 days. That's fine. He'll live. Jesus, all these people complaining about bleeding, huh? Have you tried bleeding for 7 days a month, huh? You guys, huh? Weak. Guys like you are weak, Graydon, huh? Did I hear you correctly? He threw the gun out of the room? And it's not like he's having severe cramp from it. I know, right? Oh my gosh, this guy's just weak. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Maybe that explains why he's still so energetic. Yeah, he got off easy, guys. He got off so easy. Over what exactly? Over where exactly? Or like, in the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Really? It's not like he has mood swings and sudden outbursts all the time. What do you guys think periods are about? Like, come on, you guys are like doing... What a lie. Yeah. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We had made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutier told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mom sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God! Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh. What's going on? Guys, what's going on? Aki-sama. What is it? Kisama. Sorry. Still not as funny as the other one, eh? No, it's like you. It's like literally you bastard, Kisama. Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this dude's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. What the blazes is it? Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. Brr. I can't be prone to losing my rack sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Bruh. God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. Hold on, I think I saw really the wrong message, Arsalan. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, so this girl fractured her pelvis and she's like, and she had period cramps that were worse than like a damn fracture. Ouch. Couldn't be me. Oh man. That's so ow. Ouch. Okay, good night, Shadowbelt. Good night. Hope to see you like tomorrow or something. I'm still amused at how valid Ryunosuke is. He's just a victim. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grixie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Iris, that's just to you. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. It's like swapping meal plates. I guess so.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Oh my gosh, it's endless fish and chips. Let's go. I want endless fish and chips too. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Give me the endless chalice and wine instead? Yeah, let's go. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Jan, 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 jan. Did he just do a damn pirouette? He did a damn pirouette! Did you see that? A freaking pirouette. Jesus. See? What did I tell you? No! The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus scene. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? You know what would be great? It would be great to have like someone from the Fate Clan here right about now. Oh my god. Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that question, to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held up Piroshki to Starving Boy and he ran away crying. That was absolutely useless. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Dag! No! My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Yuzai!
Yuzai.
Yuzai! Yuzai!
Yuzai.
Yuzai!
Yuzai. Do we have to do this shit again? I'm gonna cry. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. I can't get over how the sturgeon is still trying to keep his hands sterile in a court. He's just weird. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Oh my gosh. Hi, Taka Diaz. Hello. I don't believe it. After I've come so far? How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Are? Who is this? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Who are you? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Who is that? Is that Herlock? Is that Herlock? I wouldn't put it past it being Herlock. I think it's him. May your day be ever so blissful and may your efforts lead to success. Thank you, Taka. Thank you. Is it? Am I going mad? Wait, is it his mentor? Wait. Ah! I knew it. I knew it was Herlock. Mr. Sholmes? Guys, for those of you who are not familiar with the original Sherlock Holmes stories, Sherlock Holmes is a master of disguise. He is an incredible master of disguise, okay? So, like, whatever you see here, it's in character. Wait, really? Yeah, he was a master of disguise. Like, even John couldn't see through his disguises sometimes. He had to be like, wait, Sherlock? Is that you? And he's like, huh, flips hair, you know, that kind. If he had any hair to flip in that disguise, but yeah. If you read the story, he's a master of disguise. He is a druggie and he's a master of disguise. Those two are canon facts of the original Sherlock Holmes. Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Harley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Fenzix? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already... Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah! Greg is like, yeah! Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Hurley, you better run. Hello, sir. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I have to judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. No! Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Harley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. And oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? Is that from? A leaving present from Miss Sato. From Miss Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Eh? Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Are? What the? What is this?
It's the machine I made!
Ah! Is the door thing?
Look, I use this as my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapple mat. Ijuwagai. It can make a cat flap for a little furry fly like Wagi in seconds. What's Suzy up to?
Kitty! Right, Kitty! Miss Osato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering.
But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
No! No! Don't say that about yourself, Susato.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Okay. Susato-san used this cat flapple mat that night, but why? The cat flapple mat. I wonder what. So what did she use it for? That's what I want to know. Your 5 minutes is over. So he took 5 minutes, right? Go. Endless glass chalices. We're out of time already?
Da 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 da.
Think, Shiba, think. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. What did Susato do to open the door? I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly.
I should save, right? That's like a hint that I should save.
Open the door. Yeah, it's only obvious if you already know what it's supposed to be. Right now, it's not obvious to me. Yeah. Flap door. My lord, the defense requests, I get the feeling it's further cross-examination. Oh, hydration, thank you. And the jurors have spoken. Lalamao. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
Ah, thanks for the posture check. Faster check. Unswim.
Shrimp, things are getting insane. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I will remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. One final one! Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence, so we're gonna bear with, baby. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Hurley, no! He's like, that was dramatic. Mr. Jones! He's like, okay. He's like, my time is up. Gabong. Gabong. To stand so insouciant. How do I? What even is this word? Insouciantly? Is that insouciantly? Play.
Insouciant.
Insouciantly. Okay, insouciantly. You heard that, guys?
Insouciant.
Insouciant. Okay, got it. She's learning English today. I'm learning high-level English, okay? I've never seen some of these words before. What the hell? You mean to tell me that you've seen insouciantly in your, like, school reading materials today? Jesus. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever? Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Very Sholmes, so it is very Sholmes. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Hi. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Yeah, the English is very strong. The English they use here is like, you don't have to go that hard, but he did. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
I'll just save here, I think. This will be nice.
Beep, 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 beep. Ippy, ippy, ippy.
You may resume the cross-examination, baby. We continue. Oh no, the music changed. Short break time. The peephole. I feel like it has to do with the peephole, right? Hmm. So we choose one statement. I mean, we've already pressed him, right? Peephole and this. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Ooh, it's my cat flapple man, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Considering the strong English, props to the translation team. They probably use a thesaurus for it. I'm not saying that they're not capable of it, but they probably use a thesaurus, you know? Tools of the trade. Welcome to Shibdom Sapphire Cat, welcome.
I'm sure we can all work that one out for ourselves. Yeah.
But the cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Really? Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago... Oh, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Holmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Ah, because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Because you didn't witness it at all.
Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Dun dun dun! Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. With holes. Holes, Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. The fear in Susato is playing 4D chess. I think she could be like, she could perform divination or something. She knew this was gonna happen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Okay. Fushun. I mean, Fushun is like next level, you know? Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plating can cut through a solid wooden door? Well, don't you have a solid wooden door behind you? Let's go. Is Susato actually Shiba's ancestor? I need to remind you that I wasn't born with divination powers. I honed my intuition.
Oh, yes! I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Oh, glasses. I have glasses now. I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Wagi, Kui, time for dinner.
Oh my god!
Meow, Wagi is here.
Look at him, baby. She went wacky.
Well? Wagi, hi.
It's him. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the old paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. That's kind of like the only argument that I can see. He's like reasonable about it. How do you know that it's made by this specific machine? And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flap creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windy Banks are an exact match. Hee Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. How specific? I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Unless it's in one of the pictures that we have. I don't think so, right? Like... how is the trial still going? That's what I would like to know. Wait, picture? Picture, maybe? We do have pictures. Oh shit, we do! Guys, do you see that? Okay, look at this. 1 a.m.? 1:30 a.m.! Look at it! Do you see it? Do you see the hole? I think we have our evidence. Let's go! Testify to the fact there is no proof. We have it! Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my I learned that Fran's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Come on, let me present it already. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo! This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through!
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the people in the door of Windy Bank storm was created after the event and not before. Easy, GG, easy.
그래!
What are you? A print from that detective's inferno cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I had never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. Dun dun dun. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Susato is really playing 4D chess. I think she's transcended 4D, man. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. Dag! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Dun dun dun. Rest in peace. Order! 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 I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That is one fabulous breakdown. You know whose breakdown I like more? Christoph Gavin's. Anyway. Everyone loves his breakdown. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Oh, he's such a cream.
Isn't that right, Runo?
Dun, dun, dun.
As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you say in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. How would he know that Mr. Windy Bang was shot from the back? I think that's my guess. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Gray had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... Wait, no, bloodstains, okay? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. Dun dun dun. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously As the cat got your tongue, witness. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh shit! Has Inspector Gregson been sharing information with this guy? Oh my god. Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of porn articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. Huh? So I give the order to have officers working around the clock and shit so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. That's why they're discussing. Wait, really? Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the base of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Bedroom deal sheep. Hey, what? Welcome to Shibdom, Brett Phillips, welcome. And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. If Van Zeeks isn't at least related to Mouse Edgeworth, I would be so disappointed. Holy shit. Can I go back? Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. But what if I need to pee? Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me? You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
Haikeno Ace, hello, welcome.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh?
Long time no see. Yeah, long time no see, Hiken.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Are you sure? Yeah.
Ooh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris? And where do you get that? Get what? Lol?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime.
That's it! It was during the testimony!
I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Get that beautiful smile, gotcha.
Yeah, I'll show you my smile.
It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up? I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Unless, of course, you are in the center of everything. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Dun dun dun. Maybe he'll give the second disc? Hey! I'm sure I need not remind this inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of Google! Gaga! What word is this? What is this?
Malfeasance.
Malfeasance. Malfeasance. Would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, my government secret is a government secret, baby. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. Thank you, have a good stream.
Thank you again. I hope to see you next time, okay? Hopefully you can stay longer. Yeah.
It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Oh no. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it!
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Can I save now? What could it be? What could the deal be? Could it be the manuscript? I don't know why the first thing I thought was the manuscript. It has to be the manuscript, right? Anything relating to government secrets. Could it be this? The disc? Inspector Gregson? Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting it now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of the trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilden. Excuse me. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Arrgh! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking it whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now. Skull and Yurt already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilda was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Dun dun dun. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely! I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed review confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. GG.com. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. Wow. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
Return of the hype! My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. Are they? However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Well, it's not something you can easily stuff up your ass, so like, I'd he agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious? Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Don't underestimate Gregson's ass. Wait, seriously? The disc is huge and sharp. How do you get it in your ass? Okay, let me get a bit more water. Give me a moment. I has water. My model will go a bit nuts. Give me a moment. Water is good, guys. Maybe I should have some snack as well. Snack. That's what you mean! Crispy snack. Do you guys like ASMR? Okay, this is going too long. I'm asleep. Ha! Weak! Just kidding. See you next time, Kuro. It does get long. This isn't even as long as one of my older playthroughs. You guys haven't seen anything. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. No, I'm just kidding, girl. Just go and sleep. This vault will still be up, alright? This vault will still be up, so you can just watch whatever you didn't catch. Very good. It's just that I used to stream much longer than this for this game. For the Ace Attorney series. Which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Farewell, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? I feel like it searched someone else. Is it searched someone else? I just... Let's see. Search someone else, right? Wait, he did do something to the brothers. He did do something to the brothers. He did do something to one of the brothers. He was like, gang, 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 gang. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponi stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of... He's like, wait. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Coming from you, Rich.
He's a nice spoken.
Be quiet, all of you.
Who did? Wait, it's Iris. Bruno doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. You go, Iris, let's go, lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? These bluzzer? Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Eh? Blimey!
Me? Is that me? Well then, bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Vinceeks? I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Gah! Bailiff, carry out the search. Let's go, baby. We're getting there. Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc.
Cut it out!
Search him.
Ah!
He's sweating.
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What's unusual behavior? Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. He was like, ah! Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of that sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, ate it and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! He hid it? You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. You're not getting it, Judge. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Yep, so on the down low, you know, on the QT, on the quiet, I guess. Hush hush? A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah! Does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon,
Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective? How of it is this young Eastern man's fancy? I have no idea what any of that is about. Oh shit. You... Yada. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I would declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. Dun, dun, dun. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Play the disc. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely if I encounter such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. I swear to God, if we play the disc and out comes freaking porn, like, I will flip, okay? It better not be freaking porn. Better not. It better be something important. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter... It is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Creighton is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now...
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winniebank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel? I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo? You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh, wait, seriously? Gregson or Graydon?
Hi June, hello. Welcome.
Gregson? Oh, okay, Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get the detective. We're gonna have to examine this piece of evidence. It will be the disc, right? McGilda's music box disc, Council? Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilda's special music box ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness! This disc, Council? No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? But because, well... because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why! Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine! We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means of foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means of foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Wow. Van Dix really went? Huh. Impressive man. Like, you can... I don't know. When I see Van Dix like that, it seems like he's like... huh. He looks like he has gained some respect for Naruhodo, you know? My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Dix, for Pete's sake, stop him! The lake, guys, the lake has come! The lake! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Hell yeah. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Yeah! This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it! Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! I love how Van Zix has become my favorite character. He was my favorite character from the start. He's just very frustrating. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
Ah, thanks for the head pat, eh?
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Whoa! Traitor! Ah, no! Wow. Wow. Bailiff, restrain that man! I like how they did it in slow-mo. At once! They did it in slow-mo, holy shit. That's it then. It's all over. Excuse me. Is it really? Please tell me it's over. I'm begging you. I'm begging you, please. Which was the better breakdown scene? I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. He just choked the fries out of Great. Wait, really, Lemon? So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Damn. Yeah, fiend with a square tail and you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. Ooh. Man, you're definitely not going to expect what's coming later on. Oh no, no. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker. Though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Divorce? In those times, Lamar? Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'll be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You are taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and a music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I've sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Oh no. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. Oh no! All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Damn. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. Wow. New action. To exact revenge. Were you the one who set the fire? Revenge? Hi, Melonpansu. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Right. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Dun dun dun. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic incident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Hi, Herlock Shows, nice stream, thank you! McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Dun dun dun. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Oh no. So the policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Oh no. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Here it comes, guys. Sheep for sheeps. That sounds fair. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time out dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and a music box you need to play them. Well, look at it now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windy Bank's pawnbrokery? Hey, just a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Yeah, I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. There we go. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to the Windy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, it picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector! You've recovered fast! My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box that sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! Welcome to the Shibdom from siblings to lovers. Hi! What the hell's with that name? Okay, anyway. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. I married my stepsister, I see, good for you. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang! Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storm door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. It's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilda a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. You're just like him. Damn. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You have become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilda. Yes, I think I have. What a sad existence, though. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. Mind you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Let's go. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare final decisions to the court.
無罪
無罪
無罪無罪
無罪
無罪
He freaking slammed his head down. Beautiful. Wow. Damn. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook.
Finally, Runo! You finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world!
Mr. Strad, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh?
What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Eh?
I've never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aww, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box discs contain a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. What kind of toast? To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Shut up! Ah! Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he had done, so... If I may say something on that point... Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. Oh no. Juror number 5? I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. Oh? What? What are you saying, ma'am? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of 2 different tones. What? What? Can that really be? Was it Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGillet conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. He's as if he doesn't have enough white hair on his head, Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Oh, is it really not Morse code? But it's really going to bother me? Continues to be stressed. Miss Lestrade! Yeah? My lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Gina! Touched by Gina. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with a presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Oh, finally, my heart won! My heart won victory! Let's go! Baby! Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Let's... Am I dying? Am I maybe? Maybe. That is all. Court is adjourned. I'm gonna die. I might actually die. Oh?
What this?
I think a fireworks of another kind are gonna be being set off over here, huh? Anyway. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Ah? Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the East, whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. That is very straight of you, Venzix. That's very straight of you. Anyway. You should take a break between the game. Because the things you're gonna find out in a while. Hey, with me a question done something. Wait, seriously? I'm scared. As in, like, you want me to take a break from here, like this moment? Or you want me to take a break from the next game? Like, between this and the next game. Like, you have to be more specific. Because I kind of really want to finish this off today so I don't leave much for, like... I don't want to, like, have a half-hour stream just to finish this. Yeah, but if you mean, like, between this game and the next, I do intend to have quite a break. Next game. Yeah, I do intend to, like, have a break. Next game, yeah. I do intend to have a break. Maybe I will continue after I max out my Honkai Star Rail stuff. And I'll be like, okay, time to jump back in. Alright then, baby. Yeah, that's my plan. Anyway, Venzix is absolutely being very straight here. Yeah, anyway. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. You knew someone else, Baroque? Through you, I hoped to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Who is this person? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Oh my god, he got jilted by a lover. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I should not. He got jilted by a lover, oh no! What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Are? Oh no. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. You're being awfully cryptic, Barak. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Okay? Ooh, wow. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Wow. Wow. This here reminds me of the coffee drinking session after court between Phoenix and Godo. It does, it does! 17th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendants, Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina! I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Gina is a hint. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naraodo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? I like how he just brushed aside the part where he's like, as odd as your name. Shut up! He's like, no. See, I told you I had faith in you. Brushed it aside. No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise. I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. She's like, for crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Oh, Kazuma! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Kazuma and his endless wind in his hairband. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Aww. Pardon the interruption. Excuse me, who's there? Oh my god! It's freaking him! It's him! But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Shibs? Yes, it was me all along. You see? Bro. I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. No, sir, that's not the point. Do not escape from the hospital. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. Oh my god. You use blackmail? Yes, Mr. Insufferable. You know, ever since seeing Dr. Ray's show, he has been a lot more bearable to deal with. He's pulling a Jingyuan. He's pulling... Wait, what Jingyuan? What? What thing? He peaced out? He escaped? Oh? How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Running away from the hospital? Shit. Why do all these guys keep running away from hospital? You can't just like stay there like good people. But then again, Jin won't be able to say, reinforcements? I am the reinforcements! That was like a funny shit. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Still my favorite line from Jingyuan. Best line. We love Steve Vespils, hello! Little lab advocacy. I will, Vespils. Okay, you have a good time at the lab, alright? Alright, you be good. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but... well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Shibs? Have a few.
Thank you for the subby Vespils. Thank you so much.
Before I forget,
No, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Shibs. He's like, have a few. Wraps his hands around freaking Ryunosuke's neck. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little... precarious. Oh no! Well done, Mr. Shibs. Not alarming in the slightest. Absolutely not. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. It is as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Then don't bring it up in the first place, you piece of sh... Never mind. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Like him upstairs? Him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? Him upstairs. Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some codes like that Bog Trotter who would have rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm him upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's why I'm looking at it. Hi, Dylan.
I see. I glad. Okay, yeah. I love you too. Okay? Yes, please be well. Be well, Dylan. I hope to see you next time.
Did she call him a piece of shit? That's not the first time I've called him that. Don't mind. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing. Divine justice one thing. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildas of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? What trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade? Oh, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, There
you are, Hurley! How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
Ouch! Ouch!
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Oh no. I'll be careful. Ouch! Ouch! Yeah, exactly. Ouch!
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the box charter stuff, what was in luck, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did ya, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
No, she's crying. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? No, why? No, excuse... Why must you do this to me all the time? Gag! What was that for? I don't know. I mean... I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Hitherto, I think. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh,
Yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
just say thank you like a normal person. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Oh, look at her. She's crying. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. She's so cute when she smiles. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. She feel like Gina. Oh, Gina, protect Gina. I won't say she did nothing wrong, but protect her. Okay, for everything she did right. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pig purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this child is all over the front page.
Wait for Gina's character development and next game. She'll be back! Yes!
Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Irish. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Ugh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. You can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. Sir? If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. Blackmail, blackmail, blackmail. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
April 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? She there. Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something. Susato-san! Oi, oi! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. She smiled. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. Aight. Lamau? I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me.
How did you even come to have this, Suzy?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
She's just being mean. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapple-mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Chun-chun-chun. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapple mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop.
By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Suzy? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. Aww. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. That's cause he ain't straight, but let's leave that aside for now. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah! You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. Oh no. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. It did save the entire case. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Please don't give up, law. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration! Hi, Annalisa Del, hello! Thank you for the raid! Oh my gosh, I'm actually like really trying to wrap up here, but thank you so much! What were you guys playing? You're playing Honkai Star Rail! Now I'm the one being like, how did Honkai Star Rail people find me? But hi, welcome! Hi, I'm Miyori Shiba VTuber. I've been obsessed with Honkai Star Rail lately, and I also play the Ace Attorney series on the side as well, and sometimes I do tarot readings, sometimes, you know? Yeah, so I hope you like that kind of stuff. If so, I'm your creator, but like, if not, no harm done. Pee flower raid. Guys, please do not do this. I actually need to pee right now, like really badly, okay? So like, help me out here. Hope you have fun streaming, eh? Alright, yeah, I will have fun streaming. Please, if you like to lurk around for a bit more, feel free to. If not, go and rest, okay? Let's continue. Welcome to Shibdom. William? Yay! Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt that they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the messages anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Hi, Absent God. Hi. So... Yeah. That can't be a rework, can it? How funny. Asogi. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Asogi? Wait, what? What? Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend! What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. Oh? That is, in English at least. It was a Japanese cipher? I the dot the bubble tea, thank you. That is medium milk tea, 50% sugarless. I said pros. He's glad to meet you too. Oh, wait. Why is his name there?
It suddenly occurred to me, you see? There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying? Are you ready for what's coming? No? But do I have a choice?
That's right. I've only ever seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
Yep, it is. And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so.
Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Osato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Come, we need to know. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Oh, shut up. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes is made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kei Asogi? Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T Gregson. Oh? Gregson? Ah! It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Osato? It's just so strange, so unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Suzy? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson. J. Wilson? What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some sort between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Suzy and Runo come from?
Oh, well... Yeah, about that.
No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Everyone is just, don't tell her, don't tell her, don't tell her. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Well, we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Apples. Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Suzy?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Osato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Aww. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah! Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the Sesburia, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. Limao? If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin for Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Animation, 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 animation.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする
I hope they don't run into the water.
僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっとさまざまな困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がする
Oh my god, is she playing the damn violin? On the pier?
だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
There's more! Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train apparently. Ah!
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Sholmes! Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Oh my god! Huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify.
He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous.
See?
Under the bus by Sholmes. Oh my gosh. I think this is like... I think it's just the fate of the Naruhodos to have to face this. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say, Yeah, baby! Insufferable to the end. He is so insufferable. Oh my god, like, pain and suffering. Will there be a credit scene? Alright. Hundreds of music boxes. Oof. I never not end a game with the Igiyari. That's indeed. I don't know, man. So how do you feel about the review? Damn. I mean, that's interesting. Why would they like do that to a dead man? Unless he's not really dead. I don't know, man. I feel in this game, if I find out that he's not really dead, not much of a surprise. There must be a reason Kazuma still regularly appears in fandoms, fandom art. Hi, Dels. Oh, I almost forgot about this guy. Oh no, Soseki! Oh no, he brought Waga High's kittens! Of course, this man runs into trouble the moment we take our eyes off him for like 2 seconds. You guys can read this yourself. Are you talking about the big band amount? I finished the game? Yeah, I guess I finished. Be right back. I'm just gonna go like... I'm gonna go to the toilet for a bit. You guys can enjoy. Hi, I'm back, and I come here to like these two definitely very straight guys walking together. Damn. Damn. I have to like go back to the VOD and like see how the credits roll. And I'm back, people. Try to eat more snack. And they're just showing off all the 3D models they made. Honestly, Mikotoba and Susato look nothing alike. Oh, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but is Kazuma slightly taller than Ryu? I think he's a bit taller than Ryu.
Thanks for the hairpad.
Thank you. Oshi not planning to see it. I kind of want to see if there's anything more in the credits, I think. Hey, all these people work very hard to make the game. The least I could do is like see what they have to say in the credits, you know? Not Kazuma taller. I see. Oh no. He has to walk on that journey himself. He has to walk on that journey himself. Six cm taller. That's visible. That's actually a very visible distance. It's gonna take a while, isn't it? This is essentially the journey that they've taken. We're really gonna go through every single one of like the 3D models that have been made so far. Damn. McGilden's one looks so wonky. I hate it. Oh look, the translation. Damn, it's like the whole. You need a whole team to translate this. This is a monster of a game. But I'm glad Gregson is not like actually evil. I really like him a lot. Like, he's not actually evil. He's just very duty bound. Wait, Soseki wears get the shoes, the Geta shoes? Oh my god, that's funny. Wait, when did Holmes join in? I didn't even notice. This sneaky little shit. Good lord, Baroque is so tall, what? He's taller than Holmes. Than Shrooms. He is very tall. Sasuga British. And after all, he just slot himself between Ryu and Susato. And Susato just lets him because she's a fan, you know? And what a beautiful credit scene though. Beautiful. Soms is 183 and Barak is 192. Barak is the monster here? Soms is a normal British guy height. Yes, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures fin. We finished it. 5 hours. Oh my god. This is gonna be the end of me. I think I'm a little late. Hi, Joker. You're absolutely late. Sorry. Strangled noises. No. Well then, guys, I think it's time. And thus Miri is sentenced to 5 years in dock jail for impersonating a lawyer at the end. Hey, excuse you. Well, guys, maybe always view Asoki in front of him. Maybe at some point he decided. Maybe at some point he decided to surpass. Well, he decided. He eventually surpassed. Okay, guys. As I said before, tomorrow will be a Honkai Star Rail stream with Kiko. It will also be a story-based. It will also be like a story-based game if anyone cares about that. Yeah, we're gonna uncover like one of the more important companion quests, and hopefully I can like convince Kiko to give me some advice on clearing the simulated universe, cause it's been kicking my ass. Yeah, so there's that. All right, and then if things go well on Friday and on Sunday, I will be having some tarot related streams. So if you like that, feel free to join us then. But if not, I will see you guys tomorrow for Honkai Star Rail. Okay. Now then, thank you guys to those of you on YouTube. Thank you so much for those of you on Twitch. Please stay with me while I send you guys off to someone else. Okay. Thank you guys for going through such a long stream with me today. I really appreciate it. All right.
Okay then. See you tomorrow. See ya. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.